Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Okay, chat. I I keep noticing my mic doing some like my I don't know the input of my mic on OBS moving when I'm not saying anything. I don't know why. So let me know if you guys are hearing any weird noises. Cause yeah, I don't know, yeah. Look behind you. I mean, new mic? No, it's the same mic, so I don't know why it's doing that. So far, so good? Okay. Pop. Hopefully, Mr. Streamer exercises duty to go vote today. You think I would go vote before work? Bucko. Listen, alright? I'm all for being an upstanding citizen and all, but, like, there are limits. I'm going after stream. You're saying his stream won't be long? Well, it closes in like 7 hours and a half. So it doesn't mean it's gonna be short. But I guess it won't be that long. Anyways, of course we start with a fucking exercise redeem. I hate you guys so much.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down. Take a deep breath. Strength is one of those things where you gotta use it or
My form was kind of ass on this one.
So, wanna train with me sometime?
It is what it is. Ooh. We're almost capped, chat. Eep check. I had kind of shitty eep actually. Do you get stopped by the police again? No. I went running at a place where I couldn't jaywalk this time.
Burn it down! Let's move! Red from the sky!
I think I saw a physical number. I think my Mawika's still on Joel. Oh, free lock? Maybe. Let's get it to 4. And then let's accept that it's dog shit. Let's Joel it up. the details button. Did he get in trouble for jaywalking? Yeah, I did. 2 days ago. I got stopped by the police because I was jaywalking. Our streamer is a criminal. Yeah, pretty much. That's actually crazy. They were bored. Yeah. Well, it is what it is, man. That happens. Yeah, I actually, I'm gonna be honest, I did not know the police would stop you for jaywalking. Alright, chat. I know I shouldn't be doing this. I know that it's long past time I accept that I'm not gonna get any fucking improvements on this set. And I actually start farming for Mora, which is actually gonna be useful for me. But like, man. Double trash. Crazy. But gambling is fun. Yeah, it is. It is fun. You're right. Is there a new event? How much Mora is there here? If we go do it now. Is Zajef doing event on day 1? What the fuck? Why me? Hey!
That's right. If I want to help Miss Musicy's work, she puts the rest of us service provide. Well,
What are your Battle Pass rewards set to? Everything but weapon XP.
Anyway, point being, I've been having nothing but those kinds of dreams, so I wrapped up all my orders and.
Oh, is this the hot spring business venture?
You still have a special place in my heart.
Yo. Even the 40 months. Oh my gosh.
But according to Chief Amina, not even beach vol. This event is supposed.
Well, she does have.
So what?
Well, not everyone has a background in extremes. As we were so we decided.
An Inazuman game?
Wow, and you have which, as you can imagine, no complex. Oh, of course.
I love Shilodin's voice acting, laddie.
Whatever you say. Yes, that's the spirit. As long as you and Paimon can play your hearts out, it's mission accomplished. Oh, and I'll grab.
Just remember, I'm sure you don't.
Well, thanks. Plus, if Shilonen's the one DJ.
Oh yeah, it's this thing. Right. Wait. I thought this was where you started the thing. Yeah, so guys, how you guys doing today? You guys wanna do some fun activities? You wanna play some rhythm balls? Required elements. Animo, Pyro, Electro. I mean, I guess let's just fucking use trial characters. I don't care, man. Not like it matters. I don't care about the gameplay rules either. We'll figure it out. Oh. What? Okay, there we go. What the? Oh. That's what the buff does. I see. Well, that's kind of unfortunate. Do you have no control whatsoever over direction, by the way?
Oh, nice rhythm.
Like, you can't hit at a certain angle to try to force it? Oh, I see. You have to move.
Right on the beat.
You guys think I'm gonna get the ball at some point, or like...
Right on the beat.
I feel like that was awful. How many points do you need? 3,000. Wow, I barely got it. What the fuck? My god. Also, there's not that much more on this event, Saj. Yeah, only 20,000 a day. I think that means we gotta do this. 07 Artifact Dream.
Why me?
Why me?
You asked for it. Celebrate. Faster. Stronger.
Rise with the sun. Wrath from the sky.
Heads up. Charge. Oof.
Where is it? Is it up?
Why me? Watch out, or you'll get sin.
Doesn't seem like it's up. Fuck.
Light it up. Pyroclastic surge.
Is he gonna leave Twitch? Wait, what?
Hero incoming. Yeah. It's justice o'clock.
Oh. Also, chat, I have bad news for you guys. I played even more League of Legends yesterday. And I enjoyed it again.
Why me?
I think I'm back to being a League player now.
Let's hope you'll pull up a good fight.
Hands where I can see 'em. Fight faster, stronger. Burn it down. Light up the blazing sun.
Arena is actually fun though, so it doesn't count. I guess. Stop enabling him. Yeah, you guys are definitely enabling me by saying that, but I mean, I'll take it, honestly.
Stop right. Control breathing. On my. Let's ride. Try and stop me. Charge.
Bro, no fucking shot.
Justice o'clock.
Also, what the fuck is this ley line, man? Like, how cringe can a ley line even be?
Light it up. Pyroclastic surge. Headbutt. Heads up. It's justice o'clock.
My god, dude. Anyways, I've got some bewildering meatloaves.
Why me?
Why me?
Heads up. Kapow! Stronger. On foot. Rise with the sun. Yeah. Kapow! Hero incoming.
Hero incoming. Alright. That's all our Mora spent.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
How many books do I have? Like, level up books? Not enough. Okay. Hmm. Let me double check something real quick. Weekly dose of Long Night's Oath number 3. We already lost him. How about we open up the stream with that? Okay.
There's double artifacts right now, so let's see what we'll get in the first ever double artifact event in Genshin Impact. Okay, first ever. This is a brand new feature. Double artifacts. What will we get? Wait, this is wait, what the hell? We're leveling this, bro. What the heck? Wait, one more set. No, I used condensed. I mean, it's fine. It doesn't matter. Okay, all right, garbage. It's fine. I have to use the event, bro. It's the event that gives you the good rewards. Let's see what we get. Another one. Second double artifacts. And if my theory is correct, the second one, because it's the bonus one, will be the good one. Yeah, exactly. Okay, one more. Now, I'm no Zajef77, but if my math is correct, then the second artifact we see should be the event one, which is guaranteed to have double crit. Well, maybe I'd like +4. Maybe I'd +4. Watch this. The goblet right here is calling my fucking name, bro. Watch this. Sands is gonna be terrible. The feather, awful. The sands.
What do you guys think of my off-piece or my offset Chow Goblet?
There's a lot that goes into managing watering.
Offset sneak, yeah. I'm actually kind of curious how good my full Long Night South Chow set would be. Right, like this is an upgrade. This is like a side grade, maybe a slight upgrade. No, it's not an upgrade. It's a side. This is a side grade. This is a downgrade, but not a particularly large one. Oh, but I can actually use the crit rate one here, so it's not that bad, right? It's not good either, though. But yeah. No, I'd probably go offset on the circlet. I'm at 81, 160. And if I were to go this instead. Probably do this. No, I need to keep that on. Man. That's the problem. My offset circlets aren't that good. And I think I'm overcapped if I go for this one. I'm not. Okay. But it's still kind of sus. And whatever. We'll stick to Vermilion for now. Yeah, we're Omega overcapped on a real weapon.
Fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. But most importantly, you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
I mean goblet. I called it a sans. I meant goblet. I meant goblet. I meant goblet. I meant goblet. Just started playing again. Since when was there motorcycles? This has to be rage bait. Okay, maybe it's not. It's just one character. Okay, it's just one character. And honestly, like a lot of people pretend she doesn't exist. Okay. I like don't talk to me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're gonna roll this flower. Okay, we have more resin to spend, and on Shao's birthday we're gonna spend all our fragiles. Okay, yes we will. However, I just want to say this flower right here we got today, and I expect great things of it. Now you might be like, Zogs, is this a Shao flower? No, it's not. But we love Skirk in this chat. Okay, watch this. Double crit, max roll crit damage, high roll crit rate. Watch this. Okay, we're playing the main theme.
Mel's Kirk, yup.
I mean, it's like, what if you use melt, bro? What if Skirk melts? Like, how would I know? Dude, it could be good. It could actually be good. It could actually be good. Bro, it could be good. We don't know. We don't know, but if it's like a melt character, it could be good.
Surely. How much EM do I have on my Skirk pieces? I have one of my pieces with a lot of EM, right? If I remember correctly. Where's Yuemiya? She's the one that's got the Skirk stuff. It's this one? Yeah, I got this one. This tragedy. I was rolled on the same day as you rolled that way, really? It was a Melt Kirk appreciation day. It's the same exact amount of rolls and the same stats, just not the same roll value on each one. It averages out pretty similar. I have 7 more EM and 0.8% more crit rate, but I have 3.1% less crit damage. So I have 1.5 less CV, but 7 more EM. So they're pretty similar.
If I don't need the EM, it's not good, but if I do, it is. Whatever, we're keeping it. It's fine, bro. It's actually fine. That's a clip. +1. Let's spend some resin for Shao. Do you like Shao? I like him more. Okay, we have some resin. We still have to spend all of these. We will. But for now, let's just do a few runs. It's double resin artifact day. So we're going to do that. Okay, second time we are doing double resin bonus, bro. Watch. This is where the good artifacts hide. Watch this. This is an attack goblet. I feel it. Wait. Lock in. Cinema. Look at what we reclaimed, bro. This is the lucky tile. This is the lucky spot. Okay, it's not.
The lucky
well, that wasn't an attack goblet.
Okay, little bro. Fucking RuneScape addict. Like, we get it.
Fucking 4-star. I mean, that's fine. What if that means if we get a goblet now on that spot, it's gonna be a attack one? Lock in, bro. Lock in, I said.
Try and stop me.
Bro, I'm gonna watch this.
Full throttle.
Can we get CC?
I got it. The Ziox tile. The Ziox tile never fucking fails. It never fails. Listen, I know it's a cryo set, but it's hydro crit, okay? It could be good for like offset, okay? What if Skirk's ult is like, yo, I do cryo and hydro and void damage every element, bro. So you can technically go hydro. Would an attack be better then? Yeah, but like, wait, the Ziox tile part 3? Cinema. What the hell is she? That could be good, bro. Crit rate attack.
Wait. This is making me want to try something. That I've never thought about before. Can you? Okay, I wanna check something first. So this isn't what I wanna try, but just wait a second. Okay, Chad, it'll all make sense in a second.
Quick as a flash. Let's move.
Light up the blazing sun.
Justice o'clock. Justice o'clock.
So, can you do it on characters other than Maoika? Yes. Okay. In that case, there's something I want to try.
Evil shall be dispersed.
We're cooked.
Rise with the sun. Pyroclastic surge.
Control breathing.
I didn't angle it properly. I won't get the luck. You can't even jump. Wait, can you not jump off? That's sad. His ox proved the domain. I see. You could use Kenichi. Yeah, but that doesn't kill Chow off, you know? It would have to be Chow. Like, it's meaningless if it's not Chow. You can do it in old domains. Yeah, but I don't need good RNG in old domains. I need good RNG in this domain. So, that's not helpful. Is the dash not long enough? No, it's just that apparently there's an invisible wall, so it doesn't matter how long the dash is, it won't work anyways. Yeah. Free lock? That's a good sign. Never mind. That's not that good. I would have taken that on the other set, but not on this one. Should we do some animal abuse? Let's make sure he hits the... That hit me. Oopsie. Alright, let's just kill him. Tuh. Alright, chat.
I bet the crops back in the orchard are loving this weather.
Yo.
Have you seen the $95 Joy-Cons? Yes, yes. Please more tariffs. Please, I'm close. Please give me more tariffs. Oh yes, thank you. Oh my God, my economy is fixed. Thank you. More tariffs, please. Masterful gambit, sir. Dude, 95? You probably mean, is it US? So like that's what, 600 Canadian? You have to sell your house to buy a fucking Joy-Con? Hey, you know what? It's Child's birthday. I'll do one. Now you're just somebody that I used to know.
Why is he still in...
It's actually Echoes is still optimal, buddy. So it's still a good domain. It's no longer the Vermilion domain though. It's the Echoes domain. Boom. Wait, this could be an attack goblet. Wait. A Nemo attack crit damage. It's not perfect, but nothing is. I'm rolling it right now. You think I care, bro? Watch this. Crit damage. Okay, it could still be good. It could still be good. It could still be good. It could still be good, bro. One bad roll. It could still be good. It could still be good. It could still be good.
That's alright.
It could still be good. I mean, attack is fine. I mean, it's not amazing, but it's like usable.
That's good. Why is bro complaining?
Why
is bro complaining?
Fine. It's not amazing, but it's okay. Attack Goblet's like slightly better, about as good on this set. Depends on your team, usually slightly better, but like, bro, it's good, bro. It's good. It's okay. It's fine. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna roll this other piece we got off stream. Well, I got off stream. Okay, this is a piece that I got blessed with because I wasn't streaming to you guys. Okay, I just got HP. It's double max roll crit. Just show me the money, okay? Just put the rolls in the bag. Give me crit. Please, please. I don't have a good feather yet. So... I can't even trigger fucking scroll here. All good. That's fine. I mean, whatever. Fuck this game. Okay, I'm playing a real team. That abyss has destroyed all of my will to like have fun. I just want to get a good artifact, bro. Like I deserve it. I deserve an artifact, bro. I was resetting abyss for like legit 4 hours in a row. What the fuck is wrong with me, man? Dude, like I literally activated C6 Bennett and I didn't even make it hype. Like it literally was just out of tilt. Pyro Plunge Shao. Dude, wait, you're cooking. Do HSR 4 stars? Yeah, nice try, buddy. I mean, you could do HSR. You could do like 4-star carries. Yeah, 8 4 stars. I don't know about that one. In fact, I know about that one. Shui. Okay, I was literally thinking if I like, what if I did a 4-star clear in Star Rail? And I'm gonna be very honest with you, Shui was not one of the carries you would use. It's like March 7 Hunt, fucking QQ, and like fucking Sealy, and then you call her a 4-star. It is not a Shui angle. What the hell? Not again. Hard being an EU viewer. Okay, this is for you. This piece is for all of the European Union. Okay, this next piece, the one on the left is EU, the one on the right, America. We'll see who wins, bro. EU, you got an attack circle with no stop stats. America, a crit attack. Like look at that, bro. One for Asia frogs. Dude, my Asia account literally has the best artifact rolls in the fucking world. It's like 86 times better than my main. It actually makes no sense. I'm not saying it's the server, but it might be the server. Okay, this is the one. I feel it. Because we've actually been abnormally unlucky in this domain. Like usually at this point, I have like a decent set. I still don't. So I feel like we're owed something, no? That's gambler's fallacy. It's only a fallacy if it doesn't work, buddy. It's investment if it works. Get it twisted, gamble. No, but I honestly really... Okay, wait. This could be a miracle piece. Look, okay, for those of you unaware, I just reset Abyss for like 5 hours straight, lost my sanity and my will to live, okay? This piece could bring it all back. Please. I'm not even gonna wait. I'm just gonna roll it right away. Please, man. Every crit roll I gain,
can I get a yep def
one strand of hair. Please. I'm not saying I deserve this. I'm just saying I earned it, okay?
Actually, no. This This is a 30 ER piece.
Activated
Trust
my
me.
C6 Bennett today. Something I didn't think I would do at least for like a year, bro. Please.
I know what I'm talking about. Trust. Never mind.
Well.
Oh boy. That makes me feel better, yeah. It made me feel pretty good too. I'll be honest.
You know what? Maybe it's fucking English, bro. Honestly, fuck English, bro. You know what? I haven't done Korean rolls, bro. Maybe Korea's gonna bless us. What the hell is this Kanich?
Average Kanich experience, honestly.
Please, bro, please.
That's
it
so
was a
real.
language issue, please. No, please. Gotta make the quality worse, bro. The worse quality, the better the piece. Yo,
boy.
lock in. Looks like I'm streaming off my iPad. Oh, I'm done.
This is a 2022 Zajef stream, by the way.
Yo, let's go. All right, let's see if we get some iPad luck, bro. I've gotten good pieces on my iPad. Let's see, iPad luck. Oh, I mean, yo, it's so blurry. Wait, this could actually be really good. Crit rate on attack. Watch this, bro. Watch this. The lower quality, the better the piece. Watch this. On the beat drop. On the beat drop.
It has crit damage, attack, ER. Let's get it +4. I mean... I don't know. It's okay.
Okay, I have an idea, chat. What if I change my W key? Okay, what if I change my W key to be the wish screen? So now I'm not allowed to move forward, and if I accidentally move forward, it pulls up the wish screen. Okay, wait, I got this, bro. Oh fuck. Okay, wait. How do I? Wait, how do I even get there?
Is he an idiot?
Oh yeah, I got it. Bro, chill. Fuck. No, it was not. Okay, we got it. Why though? Lol? Because that's how you get good artifacts, bro. Listen, I know what you're thinking. This sucks, but it could be 40% crit damage. Okay? I know what you're thinking. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to play that.
Nice.
ER Sand, so I thought of you. Like they had 230 ER.
Only?
Yeah, well, I was like, this is probably what you have.
Yeah, this is the clips from the co-oping. Alright.
Guess the Saurians won't have to water them today.
Alright, chat. I think it's time. Well, okay, maybe we don't record yet, but we yap. We yap about the Chronicled Wish for sure. Alright, we already yapped a little, but I want to keep organizing my thoughts. Like, okay, so the 4-star banner is kind of underwhelming. Or sorry, the 4-star lineup is kind of underwhelming for this. The 5-star lineup, for a Chronicled Wish is like... I mean, it's better than what we've had before. But the question is the banner better than a limited rate-up banner, right? I'd say that the 4-star lineup is worse, but the 5-stars 50-50 loss lineup is a lot better. Right, I think that's mainly what it boils down to, right? If you want one of these characters because you like them, and you're not like waiting for specific 4-star supports that you want cons on, going for them on Chronicled Wish is probably better than going for them on a rate-up banner. Because, like, who's the worst character to lose your 50-50 to here? It's either Ito or Yoimiya, I guess. Ayato? No, Ayato can be useful for Nilo teams and as a Hydro applicator for teams that want that. He's not good, but he can be useful even if you don't use him as a carry, whereas Yoimiya and Ito can't. And if you're not going out of your way to get them, if you don't like them enough to pull for them on their banner, you don't like them enough to play them despite how bad they are either, right? Whereas Ayato actually can see some play outside of his carry teams. And also, yeah, with Escoffier, he's not that bad of a carry anymore. Carry. Anyways. Yeah, losing your 50-50 to Ayaka is pretty good, because Ayaka is an acceptable Mawika support, and a pretty decent carry with Escoffier. Losing your 50-50 to Chiori is pretty good. It's actually... Chiori is definitely one of the best characters to lose a 50-50 on in general. Because there's a lot of characters where, like, if you don't like them, you're probably not gonna play them all that much. Like, let's say Navia, right? Let's say Navia's on the Chronicled Wish. If you already have 2 carries and you don't particularly love Navia, you don't have that much of a reason to build her and play her. Whereas, while Chiori's overall a worse character than Navia, her flexibility means that if you do end up losing your 50-50 to her, you probably should build her, because having her available will give you more options for the carries that you like. Like, I don't think there's that many characters that are better than Chiori as, like, 50-50 lost targets. Kazuha. I mean, Kazuha's also pretty good, yes. But... meh. Anyways, Yai is pretty bad to lose your 50-50 to. I'd say Yai is, like, kind of like Tifnari. Where, like, having her isn't completely worthless, but unless you kind of, like, actually like her, or you have really garbage options on your account, they're not worth using. I will say, for people that have low con Fischl, Yai can be nice in certain Chevreuse teams for pyro carries. we didn't. But yeah, like if you're an Arlecchino player, if you're a Yoimiya player, is that the only overload carries that are pyro? I guess, huh? Hold on. Guys, look at Maoika overload since the team has actually has downtime, I guess. Yeah. Anyways. Course is not better than Caesar's special, but the difference isn't too far on paper. It's just, why wouldn't you just use C0 Auron at that point? If you really want to play Maoika Overload. Two scroll users still. Even without the scroll, the additional fighting spirit generation, I'm pretty sure makes it better. It'd be a different thing if Maoika didn't have a way to extend her field time in the overload teams, but she does, right? Like, you can just spin a little bit longer once burst expires, and that's better than spending your time on Yai, you know? Get an exercise redeem. Ugh. Ooh. So it's fucking negative, I could never. Yeah, it's only for the last one. Jeff could beat 100 gorillas. True! Only 100? Yeah. I'm not in peak form yet. I think you can outrun a gorilla. Really? No shot a gorilla's sprint speed is lower than a human. Like, sure, you have more stamina than it does, so if you're the one hunting it, you can tire it out. But if it's the one hunting you, that's not how that works. Like... Doesn't gorilla use a lot of stamina meter when you charge attack? True. Like, okay. I do think that 100 people could beat out a gorilla if they use... If they do it smartly. But they actually need to tire it out, and multiple people will die, and they need to work together. Like, you can't avoid the fact that the gorilla will kill the first few people it targets. But you can probably tire it out. After a few casualties. It's just keeping your morale up after casualties is gonna be rough. Why are we talking about guerrilla warfare? I mean, you should use guerrilla warfare strats, that's true. How many nicks would it take to beat a gorilla? Considering the fact that I'm pretty sure the only way people could beat a gorilla is through careful planning and cooperation, and considering how much of a fucking dumbass Nick is, I don't think the amount of nicks matter. It's never gonna be enough. If you're doing a competition instead of a fight, Nick might have a chance, depending on what the competition is. As long as it's not playing Genshin Impact, because the gorilla would win that too. Have you read The Count of Monte Cristo? I actually haven't. I've never read The Count of Monte Cristo. But I watched the Count of Monte Cristo movie that was made recently. One of the many, many adaptations. What is that? I will to accept. Alright. I dreamed that I got a character in Genshin Impact named Anthony. Wait, what do you mean 2020? Was Genshin out in 2020? Dude, what the fuck? My god. Whatever. And he was just a realistic chimpanzee. The character selection screen was like waifu, waifu, husbando, waifu, incredibly realistic chimpanzee, waifu. Based. Based. Okay, I'm actually kind of curious. How many Genshin characters do you think would win in a fight against a gorilla? With Vision? Yeah, including Vision. All but Deya. Most of them? I actually do think that most of them would lose, yeah. Like, if Anthony was... okay, no. If there was a gorilla, like just an outright normal-ass gorilla, released as a character in Genshin, where would they rank in the power rankings lore-wise of Genshin characters? I'm pretty sure they'd be above average. Right? Because there's just too many normal-ass people that are playable characters. Like, what the fuck is Kachina gonna do? Like, her head is gonna get ripped off of her body before she has time to do anything, right? Pretty much all of the Natlan characters except Maoika would just fucking die before they have time to do anything. Like, let's be honest. Actually, okay, maybe Chaska would be fine. Because ranged weaponry kind of has an advantage against animals. He isn't allowed to use the drill. I don't think you realize that a gorilla's arms have more reach than her weapon. It doesn't matter that she can use it, she won't hit. She won't get in range to fucking do anything. Yeah, Kinich kind of does have some sort of range advantage as well. So maybe Kinich would be fine too. She uses a polearm. Okay, here's the thing though. Weapon size is affected by character size.
What shall we do?
Look at the size of this polearm. Look at the size of this polearm. Okay, so like, I'm sorry, but Kachina ain't fucking reaching a gorilla with that toothpick ass polearm. Okay? Navia would win, for sure. Cheveux could win, but considering how dogshit her E is at hitting weak points, I don't think she would. Right? Because her E auto-targets the worst possible spot on the enemy. So like, okay, congrats, you're gonna shoot a bullet, you're gonna inflict a flesh wound on a gorilla, and by the time you're done reloading, you'll be dead. Yeah, maybe the old, actually, I don't know. Didn't you say lore-wise? Yeah, but gameplay is indicative of lore in some instances. Right? Farina would win? Would she? Can Farina even fight? No? She would cry? Yeah, she'd just fucking cry. That's true. Okay, let's go through them one at a time. Veresa would lose. Yansan would lose. Yume Glorp Glorp would lose. Lanyan would lose. Malika would win. Sitlali would lose. Chaska has a chance. I think she would win. Oron would lose. Chilonen would lose. Kinich has a chance, but I'm not sure if he does win. Lore skipper? Okay, here's the thing about the lore, okay? You can tell me that they fucking... ooh, they are very powerful and their vision makes them incredibly poggers. But once your head is separated from the rest of your bodies by the bulking arms of a gorilla, that don't matter. Once your skull has been crushed and you spill brain matter everywhere, it doesn't matter. Veresa's body is the size of a gorilla's arm, dude. Gorillas are fucking scary, man. Like, you guys need to understand how fucking insane gorillas are, okay? Veresa photo Lawa Turtle though? Okay, I don't know how much of a hot take this is, but Lawa Turtles are fucking baby piss pants, stupid, dumb, worthless compared to gorillas. Okay? Gorilla Glazer, yeah. Like, have you seen how slow Lava Turtles are? Sorry. I would like you to try dodging a Lava Turtle IRL. Buddy, I have time to slowly walk backwards, and I will be out of range of his attack by the time he's done charging it up. A gorilla would kill a Lava Turtle before the Lava Turtle has time to do a single attack. The gorilla would kill the Electro Lava Turtle before it gets its Electro Shield. Okay? Gorilla DC is crazy. Yeah, it is. Anyways. Veresa can at least run away. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, Veresa probably would win, because she can outsprint the gorilla, and she has more stamina. But is she smart enough? I don't know. I haven't done her story quest, so I don't know how smart she is. She doesn't give off vibes of being particularly smart though. So I feel like she's not, but I don't know. Gorilla isn't smart as well. Yeah, but it's not like it's a whoever's smarter wins. It's you need to reach a certain threshold of intelligence that allows you to understand your strengths and weaknesses and your win condition against the gorilla, right? Because Vrace's win con against a gorilla is not a contest of brute strength. It's a contest of endurance, right? She has to tire the gorilla out by running away until the gorilla has no strength anymore. Verza has a lot of experience wrestling animals though. Okay, but Tevat animals and real life animals are not the same. Tevat animals are fucking little piss babies. Okay? You get rammed by a boar, you lose 10 HP. Like, you get rammed by a boar in real life, you fucking almost die. Like, if the boars in Genshin were like real life boars, I wouldn't be able to do my daily peak because I'd die on the way to the fucking swarm of boars that spawns and runs at you like here. Real life animal or just local legends in Genshin? But yeah, pretty much, man. I feel like, unironically, real life animals would be on the level of local legends. In terms of, like, how scary they would be and how dangerous they would be. Can local legends kill a gorilla? Now that's a good question. Who wins between the peak and a gorilla? Ooh. I think the peak wins. But I do think peak gets phased. I think Gorilla's in a winning position until Peak reaches the like 3 pillar phase, but the Gorilla's too stupid to break the pillars, so it's gonna get one shot after that. True. Would any animal win against Vivian? I don't know, man. I mean, gorillas can use tools. So maybe if you give them Excalibur, they have a shot. True and real. Where did Excalibur come from? Isn't Vivian inspired from the legend of the round or the round table? Isn't she supposed to be the Lady of the Lake? Isn't that the Lady of the Lake's name? Chad, I'm not a lore skipper, okay? I know these things. So. That's IRL lore, true. And a Gorilla 36 start? No. I think Abyss empowered enemies are kind of too goated. Gorilla doesn't make it past Chamber 1. How many gorillas would it take to kill a Tulpa, do you guys think? Seven, 5, 7, 4, 50, 100. Okay, it doesn't take 50. Okay, actually, yeah, I feel like you gotta think about it. Like, you gotta specify, because if you're allowing for casualties, the number is a lot lower. I think at 7, I think 7 is a good number. Where at 7 gorillas, the Tulpa dies before the gorillas are wiped out, but multiple gorillas will die. But if you want a flawless victory, I think you need like 18 or more. Anyway, why are we DCing gorillas anyways? Why not? Anyways, let's get back to this. How good is losing a 50-50 to Kokomi? Dude, honestly, I feel like it's not even good anymore, man. Kokomi is a character that got so much worse with time. The abrupt fall of Nilo teams in general. The release of Shilonen. The release of Farina. Nowadays, pretty much the only Kokomi team that feels like it's worth playing is Mono Hydro, but it gets so much better with Escoffier. And with Escoffier, you have a healer, so you don't need Farina, or you don't need Kokomi anymore. Siege Win is better for Mono Hydro. Eh. Actual sneak troll. I'm actually kind of curious how it sims. So Mono Hydro with Siege Win sims at 69k. Mono Hydro with Kokomi sims at 86k. But I guess there's no... The Kazuha version is at 78 still. Huh. Why is the Kazuha version so much lower for Kokomi? Because you don't have to swap back to Shilonen to refresh her buffs. And that lets you spend more time on your stuff, on your other characters. Actually, no. That's not even true. They're going back to Shilonen anyways. Wait, why then? I guess Petra. I guess the Petra Kokomi's helping. Probably just slightly differently optimized. Oh well. Is Kokomi still best for Nilo? Eh. The thing about Nilo teams is that as long as you have Nilo and Nahida, the specific units you use on the rest of your team don't matter nearly as much. In AoE scenarios, pretty much any Hydro character you use is going to be fine. But in single target scenarios, you kind of need the damage from a character like Xingqiu or Yelan. And because Abyss has not been very friendly to Nilo teams in a while, Kokomi is kind of ugh. I'm actually kind of curious how Nilo teams even sim. It's been a while since I looked at sims on Nilo. So C0 Nilo stuff. Okay. That's 2 targets though. So it's kind of fake as fuck. What's the highest? Yeah, this is probably assuming perfect stuff for Xingqiu orbitals. Yeah, this is perfect. Xingqiu orbitals are always hitting each enemy with a positioning like this. Like, that's not how that actually happens in practice. Like, I don't mind looking at a 2 target config, But it can't be a 2-target config that uses Syncto and that assumes perfect AoE on Syncto. That's too cooked. Like, you're asking for too much with that one. Okay, so this is the highest one, right? For C0 R0. And in AoE, you're at 75k per target. In single target, 46k per target. Oh, 46k. There's no per target to yeah. But like the biggest problem is that even in AoE, right? 75k isn't, it's not really that good anymore. It's about as good as using Nilo as your vape enabler for Arlecchino. Ah! But that team is an ass in single target. What about Nilo R1 teams? It does help, but it's not that much, honestly. Right? Like, this is 75k per target. If you give her... Oh, if we don't have Zyphos, the requirements are gonna change and we're gonna get some problems, aren't we? Can I just say key? Probably not. But I don't know if that's how you write it. It is. Okay. Yeah, I think we're encountering minor energy problems, but not enough for it to give an error message. But this is now, what, 85k instead of 75k? I should just triple. No, this is 2 targets. This is total damage on 2 targets. So it's 84k per target. But like, Overload Maoika is significantly higher. Candace Maoika is higher. Even if you don't look at Maoika, like, that's weird. Yeah, this is a new one. Why is it so much higher than the last one? What are they doing exactly? They're not changing that much. Just adding a charge attack. But I guess maybe that charge attack lines up procs better. Let me check reaction ownership. Oh. That's weird then. R5 stringless instead of R3. Ah, I see. Yeah, I guess that might be doing some work there. Why do you N1 and N2 on official, or is attack something else? I'll show you. Oh, never mind. So, we're hitting for 5.7k. We're hitting for 9.5k. Bennett's attack buff doesn't apply as soon as you swap. It applies at a set interval of about once per second. And Fischl snapshots her stats at the start of the cast animation. Which means if you use your skill as soon as you swap on her, you get cooked. You snapshot your stats before you get the attack buff. And the reason why they do 2 attacks with the burst is for a different reason. It's just because if you don't do 2 attacks, right? If I do swap to official, use burst, and then try to swap out, I fly on Oz a little. But if I do 2 attacks, I can swap out instantly. Basically, because of swap cooldown, if you don't do 2 attacks, the only thing that changes is you lose the 2 attacks. Instead of spending time doing 2 attacks, you spend time flying on Oz, which doesn't do anything. So basically, you get 2 attacks for free. Gonna do attack on Channeling 2 then? No. Channeling snapshot stats at the end of her burst animation, not at the start. And Channeling's burst animation is longer than the time it takes for Bennett to tick. So you don't need to worry about it at all. If you use the Ensemble, will you still N2 because of the bug? I don't think it's a bug, but also, no, you wouldn't N2. If you use the Ensemble, you would immediately burst and you wait out the full burst animation. Does only Fischl have the problem with Bennett? No, but most characters released in the last, like, 3 years don't snapshot. So it's not a problem that matters to them. But Fischl has the problem, Beto has the problem. Who else even? Snapshots at the start of their animation. Rosaria? Does Rosaria snapshot at the start? I don't think she does. She snapshots at the end, no? Same for Kea, I think. I mean, I'll double check, but... I mean, it's not like it matters, because you do EQ on them anyways. So there's never really a reason to burst as soon as you swap into them. Alright, so we hit 9.8k. And if I wait... It's also 9.8k, yeah. So it doesn't seem like a problem. Oh yeah, Lanyan can have that problem, right? Although, against Tulpa, you actively want the problem to happen. Because your shield is tankier if you don't have Bennett's attack buff, but it's Hydro infused, than if you do have Bennett's attack buff, but it's Pyro infused. I guess, technically, the best possible case scenario... I didn't get it. Yeah, the timing is probably really, really tight. Yeah, there we go. This is the best possible case scenario. Hydro Infusion and Bennett buff. But in order for that to happen, you need the enemy to trigger a reaction on you to wipe away the aura. But if you do that without your shield, you're gonna get one shot, so you have to use burst iframes for it. How big would that shield be? On a fully built TTDS Lanyan, we can take a look. So base attack is 251. 251 plus 401 from TTDS. Attack percent is 24. Let's say you go triple attack. Let's say you get like 40% from subs, because attack is pretty much the only stat you care about. Flat attack, Aquila Bennett. You can do a bit more flat attack from subs, because you can go out of your way to look for flat attack on an attack percent piece. And I guess we can take a look at level 12 skill. Sure, you got cons on her. Why not? So your base shield would be... $22k. And so you would be able to mitigate 57,000 hydro damage. Oh yeah, I forgot Noblesse. And let's say you get Power Resonance too. Sure. 61,000 hydro damage. Was the C2? Yeah, that's without any shield refreshes from C2. But like realistically, that doesn't happen, right? And also, actually, if you really want to go ham on it, you can take a look at maximum shield. So highest attack would be... Would it be Crane's Echoing Call? Probably, right? Memory of Dust. The higher base attack when you have so much attack percent might be better. Memory of Dust would be ass. Shield strength on Memory of Dust, but it's not actually like, this is only shield strength on Lanyan, but you're not staying on Lanyan, so you wouldn't, like, that doesn't matter. And you also don't get to stack this. Anyways. So this is like the upper limit of the shield. But in practice, you don't get the Bennett buff, and you're on TTDS. And so her shield is only going to be able to mitigate 45,000 hydro damage without accounting for C2 procs against the Tulpa. Kind of bad. Only. How much does Tulpa vape for? It's like 12k base? I think. No, it's more than that. It's like 15k? 16k? And then if you let it absorb a mini Tulpa, it's like 50% more? 13k on my Bennett. Although this one hurts a lot if you get hit by it. But I'll let him absorb, and I'll see how much he vapes with a just a random hit. 19k, yeah. And I think it's 20k if you get hit by the charge up attack. Yeah, 21k.
This is just my...
Yo. And you can get hit by both if you get unlucky. Like, you can get knocked back by one of the circles into the AoE of a second circle. And get hit by both. And if your Bennett tick in between those two hits, you could take 40k damage. What about a low-level character with very little defense? And Lanyan would still tank it? Yup, shield wouldn't even break. 22k on the base, so it's like almost double damage. Then the shield would break. On a level 20 carry. Like, obviously that's not what you're doing. Alright. Let's get back to the Yamp for this. And then finally it's Kazuha. I don't know, man. I don't know how to feel about Kazuha. Kazuha's a character that's definitely gonna get an actual rerun, right? So the comparison of the quality of this banner versus the average rate-up banner matters a lot more for him, in my opinion. But I do think, when you look at the rest of the characters, even though the 4-star lineup is worse, the 5-star lineup is better enough. Like, let's put the standard 5 stars and the I missed one. Which one did I miss? G. And the Inazuma 5 stars together. That's not Inazuma. G. I'm missing one. Chiori. Wait, yeah. Yumeglorb doesn't. Oh right, she's a standard character. I forgot. I was like, she's not on the Chronicled Wish. Why are you bringing her up? But no, you're right. You're right. She is a standard character. I forgot she. Yeah. Okay. My bad. Anyways, But yeah, so like, this is not in the context of all the characters in the game. This is for these characters. So the best one of these characters is going to be in the highest tier, even if they wouldn't be in the highest tier when we include all the characters, right? But let's tier list this, just so we can get an idea for how much better than the current, or than the standard banner 50-50 losses, the Chronicled Wish 50-50 losses are. Complete trash. Bad but usable. Is Kathing really Yumeglorb tier? The thing is, they're characters that just function very differently in teams, right? Kathing does more for her teams than Yumeglorb does, but Yumeglorb is a more versatile character. At worst, she can still be VV and TTDS for people that don't have sucrose yet. Like, she's... If you lose your 50-50 to Yuma Glorp on a new account, you probably should level her. Kutsing, I don't think so. But Kutsing is an overall better character, that's true. Can you lose the standards on a Chronicled banner? No, you can't. Mediocre. I don't know. The thing is, like, I feel like I'm gonna have to add another row. Like, Diluc. Or maybe Diluc just goes here, man. I don't know. The thing with Diluc is that he's pretty much worthless if you don't have Bennett at C6 and Xianyun and either Farina or Seedlali. I guess you can make it work with Rosaria. As long as you have the first two. Diluc does 500k plunges, though. I mean, not a reasonable Diluc. Maybe fucking C2 Xianyun, Z2 Seedlali, R5 Red Horn. Well, actually, Red Horn Refines don't do anything. But the Red Horn Diluc does. But, like, with that much investment, I can go inside the game and do 500k myself. Pretty much, yeah. How much does your Diluc do in plunge? I mean, we can take a look. My Diluc normal attack talent is only level 8, though. But we can take a look at how much my Diluc does. Like, I don't mind. Let's go ahead. I don't have a good set for him, unfortunately. I guess you just use Crimson Witch anyways, so it's fine. He doesn't care about ER, so this is better. Little overcapped. Cooked. Fine. But I can't do it against Tulpa. Also cooked. Mexico. Screenshots are going to be higher with Seedlali. Let's go Omega optimistic on these things. Triple attack Xianyun on Oathsworn. 180 ADR will not be enough, but that's okay, because we only do one rotation. Scroll, TDDS, Aquila. We can't be on Instructor, we gotta be on Noblesse. You can cast one Diluc E before plunging with Seat Lolly, but you lose a melt if you do that. Because you can get a if you do your swaps, if you do your stuff fast enough on low ping, you can get a melt before the second app from off-field Seat Lolly. If you're on a higher ping, you can't get it, so maybe using the skill is worth it. But otherwise, yeah. But I mean, if we're only looking at screenshot numbers, I guess you're right. We might as well do one skill. So we're hitting 277k before the VV runs out with talent level 8 normal. Don't look. I guess the HP particles from Aeon Blight Drake made the ER look almost reasonable. Fog. How's the Seat Lolly energy? Also fine. Damn, fog. Yes, it was 270k. With talent level 8. Talent level 8 is 382. Oops. And then you get 200 from Xianyun. Xianyun's attack with Noblesse will be 375 plus 20% of 900. Diluc's attack with all the buffs is going to be 1824 plus 1202 plus 900 times TTDS and Noblesse. Is that it? No. So wait, no. This is my adjusted effective attack. If he was at talent level 10. The plunge would be 442 instead. Which means that I would be hitting around 300k. Meltflower passive. Oh yeah, there's that. You're right. How much is it? 24%. It won't change that much, but Residence is already showing in his stats. But yeah, and this is on a, like, really good build, actually. Like, I don't have that many characters that have really good builds, but my gumming build is really good, and this is the same as the gumming build, right? And I'll just divide by level 8 motion value and then multiply by level 10, because Xianyun motion value doesn't get affected by the Luke talent levels. So it doesn't work exactly like that. But yeah, this is nowhere near 500k. Plus, that's on like 80% crit rate. So in practice, the average hit is a lot less than this. It's like 250k. Crimson is not a good set for him now. What is a good set for him? You think the plunge set is good? Buddy. It might be like 1% better or some shit. Anyways, point being, like, pretty well invested Luke is gonna hit upwards of like 300k plunges without constellations on shit. Technically, that's a C1 Luke too, so it would be a little less if you have C0. You guys can't see it, but whatever, it's C1. It's activated. If he actually was able to do 500Ks, then yeah, that'd be pretty different, actually. But no. Another exercise redeem. Oh. I'm trying to slow down that that negative rep at the end as much as possible. It's your highest crit hit? I think it's like 1.8 mil. No. No, 2.7 mil. Oh, it was probably an event. I probably got 2.7 mil on an event. Oh, or IT. Maybe it was IT, actually. You're right. I don't know which one it was, but oh well. It was from 2020? No, it wasn't. The date that shows up on Purveyor of Punishment isn't the date you got your highest hit. It's the date you got the achievement. Wasn't it DPS Bennett Burst? It used to be, but then Mawika came out, and normal gameplay Mawika nukes higher numbers than perfect setup Bennett Burst, like fully buffed Bennett Burst. So I was doomed to lose it. Tragic, yeah. Tragic indeed. How much did I had like 670k, I think. Anyways, then there's gonna be like the characters that you're pretty happy to lose your 50-50 to, which I think is like Chiori for everyone. But then it's kind of like all the other characters that can be good to lose your 50-50 to, not everyone is gonna want them. Like Ayaka, for example, if you don't have Escoffier, she's gonna be pretty bad to lose your 50-50 to, you know? Whereas Chiori's pretty, like, it's pretty much always nice to have. But, like, the main thing is, like, if you're going for Escoffier, for your Ayaka team, you already have Ayaka. If you want Ayaka, you're probably gonna epitomize towards her. And so Ayaka as a character to lose your 50-50 to just isn't that good. Because in order for her to be good, you need to also get Escoffier. But if you don't also have Shenhe, her teams aren't that much better than the wheelchair Escoffier Yolande Farina stuff. Like, Ayaka, once Escoffier is out, is the sort of character where you need multiple things on your account to make her work. And so, as a 50-50 lost target, she's not actually that good, even though she's gonna end up being a pretty strong character. She needs Shenhe that much. It's not that she needs Shenhe that much, it's that wheelchair is so fucking broken. Anyways, I think Ayaka would be like here. And the sort of characters that are good to have, but not good to lose a 50-50 to. But I feel like that means I need to add another row. Because I feel like no one left kind of compares with Ayaka in that way. And then for what's left, it would be the characters where, like, you're kind of happy to see them. Good to have, but not good. Or not, but not all that strong. Right? So characters like Daya, Yai, Tilknari, and I guess Jean. Maybe Kokomi too? Daya Sneak. The thing about Daya is, like, once you have a lot of characters on your account, she's not that good. But Daya is a viable option for a lot of carries teams when you look at, like, the sort of teams they can make that rely a bit less on specific supports. So for newer accounts, Daya's actually pretty good to have. Like, if you're a Kanish player, Daya's not that bad. You can use a level 1 Daya on deep. Maybe not level 1, because at level 1 she's gonna die to her own passive. But, like, you can use level 40 Daya on Deepwood with a plus 20 flower and the rest of the artifacts plus 0. And she functions as a pretty decent defensive utility option for your Kanish teams. Same for Molani. Pyro MC also doesn't have a circle and gives a buff. I mean, yeah, if you ignore the most important part of my statement, you know, the defensive utility words that came out of my mouth, PMZ is better, sure. Good point. Anyways. Strong, but not by themselves. Versatile and good to have. Kazo. Yui should be down, honestly. Nah. Like, Yui is not good, but she is functional. Honestly, maybe we can remove the mediocre tier and just do this. And this is probably fine. Can you say the same for Ayato and Ayaka? They both get wheelchair, but Ayato's teammates are more common. Well, that's kind of like saying, can't you say the same about like Hu Tao and Ito? The best team for both is Shilon and Yelan for Reina, but like there's a noticeable difference in damage, and that, as it turns out, kind of fucking matters. I didn't know Chiori was that good. This isn't a look at how powerful they are, right? I think, without a doubt, once Escaffier comes out, Ayaka's much more powerful than Chiori. This is a look at how good it is for them to be available in the pool of characters to lose your 50-50 to. When you lose your 50-50 to a character, it's because you went on banner where they were not the rate up character, right? Inherently, it almost entirely removes any aspect related to like playing characters because you like them. Because if you do like them and you want to play them because you like them, you're going to pull for them, not for someone else, and lose your 50-50 to them, you know? I think if you aren't someone who actively likes Diluc, losing your 50-50 to Diluc is kind of like losing your 50-50 to Chi-Chi. You're not going to level him because it's not worth your resources. And it doesn't matter that Diluc is better than Chi-Chi because neither of them are going to see any play on your account, right? Characters like Chiori that aren't that powerful, but that work pretty much everywhere, are really good to lose 50-50s to, because especially on newer accounts that don't have that many options, getting a Chiori helps fill out your second team so much more easily than getting a character like Ayaka. Like, congrats, you got Ayaka. You're not gonna play her anyways, because you have two carries that you actively pulled for, and you didn't get Escoffier. You know? Anyways. That makes sense. Losing your 50-50 carry to a carry you don't want to play is a lot worse than losing to an OK support. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so when you look at it this way, right? There is no standard character above this tier. So it's very, very clear that pretty much no matter who you go for, the 50-50 pool loss is better than the default one. That being said, if you already have Kazuha, you aren't planning on getting Escoffier, and you already have 2 functional teams, so Chiori won't be all that great for you. That might change. Unironically, I think that the biggest downside to this banner is that everyone already has Kazuha, and Kazuha cons are dog shit. But yeah, and for people who don't have him, the ones that want him will probably pull for him, not for someone else, which it effectively means that the 50-50 loss pool is a lot worse. Because if you're pulling for the best character on the Chronicled Wish, that means that you're ruling out a 50-50 loss that's good for you. You know? Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm back. Guards. Get these fucking bozos out of here. Alright. Is it time to record, chat? I think it is. Oh shit. Thank you for the raid, Aggro. Welcome, raiders. We're about to record a video on the Chronicled Wish. Alright. Stop this sillying. I won't accept any sillying in chat. I will accept dilly-dallying, but no sillying. Alright. Man, those emotes are so good. I had a thought of a turret team. Would you hear me out? Escoffier, Farina, Emily, and kind of not a turret, but Changling. The thing with that is, you'd probably do more damage if you did Escoffier, Farina, Chi-Chi, Siege Win. Like, Escoffier Farina with the shred from Escoffier probably outdamages Escoffier Farina Emily Shangling. Anyways, everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to a video talking about the Chronicled Wish banner for Inazuma. This is the third instance of Chronicled Wish we're getting, and honestly, things are very different this time around. For the Mondstadt and the Leo Chronicled Wish, honestly, the characters that were available were pretty not great. There were multiple characters that were just outright kind of bad. Let me pull up the Chronicled Wish history. So, the Mondstadt Chronicled Wish had Ella, Mona, Albedo, Klee, Diluc, Jean. Realistically, none of these characters was that great. Maybe you could argue Klee is fine. But, yeah. And on top of that, losing your 50-50 to one of these other characters, not that great because they're not particularly versatile, and unless you really like them, you probably won't actually use them on your team. Albedo's versatile, but he's kind of just weak. Then we had the Lyra one, which was better, sure, but still not that great. Baiju and Ganyu, and I guess to some extent Shenhe as well, kind of, are characters that were like okay to lose a 50-50 to, because they could have seen there were other characters? Wait, what do you mean? Whatever. What was I saying? I got distracted. Yeah. Shenhe, Baiju, and Ganyu are all characters that can see play if you lose your 50-50 to them. But a lot of accounts won't end up using them. And on top of that, just in terms of, like, meta, realistically, none of these characters, at least at the time, were all that worth a consideration. This banner is different. For multiple reasons. One, even the worst character you can end up getting on this banner is honestly usable. When you look at the worst character on the Mondstadt Chronicled Wish, right? You lose your 50-50 to, like, Diluc or Ella, even Albedo. Like, Mona. I mean, Mona at least is a support, so, like, it's not as bad. But, like, trying to make these, like, Diluc and like, trying to make these carries work unless you already have everything else they need. In Diluc's case, like, Bennett C6 and Xianyan. In Ella's case, someone else on the team to do the damage for her. Losing your 50 to them, like, you're never gonna level them. They're gonna stay benched on your account at level 1. Same here, getting Chi-Chi. Bruh. Getting Shenhe if you don't have any cryo carries, to some extent, right? But if you look at the Inazuma one, right? The worst ones you could end up getting are like maybe if you don't have any of the pieces to make them work, it's probably Ito. But trying to make Ito function without all the pieces to make him work versus trying to make Diluc function without all the pieces to make him work is gonna be a lot easier, honestly. Anyway, let's talk about each of these characters individually, both in terms of how good they are if they're a character that you're considering getting because you actively want them, and in terms of how good it is for them to be a character you can lose your 50-50 to. As a reminder, the way the Chronicled Wish works is you decide on a character or a weapon. And we'll talk about the weapon part of the Chronicled Wish banner later on, but for now, let's focus on the characters. You decide on a target, and once you've chosen that target, it effectively works like a limited banner, but instead of losing to standard characters, when you lose your 50-50, you lose to one of the other characters here. Also, unlike limited banners, guarantees from 50-50s don't carry over. Which means if you lose your 50-50 but you don't have enough wishes to go all the way to get another 5-star from the Chronicled Wish, you won't be guaranteed the next time Chronicled Wish comes around. So you shouldn't wish on the banner unless you have enough to go to pity twice. Right, like if you're someone who wants to get Ayaka, but you have less than 180 wishes, well, 180 might be a little too pessimistic, but like 170. If you have less than 170 wishes available, you very well might end up not getting Ayaka, and then losing that guaranteed from the 50-50 lost on the first 5-star you got. Anyways, and the other difference with the limited banner is the way that the 4-stars work. Instead of having 3 rate-ups with the standard pool for 4-stars, you don't have any rate-ups, but the pool is much smaller. The pool of available 4-stars, technically it hasn't been officially announced yet, but we can deduce what it's going to be based off of what it was on the previous 2 Chronicled Wish banners. The Mondstadt Chronicled Wish had all the Mondstadt 4-stars. The Liyue Chronicled Wish had all the Liyue 4-stars. So I think it's reasonable to assume that the Inazuma Chronicled Wish will have all the Inazuma 4-stars. Ignore Ifa. The lineup for Inazuma 4-stars is arguably worse than the lineup for both Mondstadt and Liyue 4-stars. Heizo is a pretty versatile character, but not really worth all that much unless you just don't have Sucrose at all. Kuki is good for Hyper Bloom, but with the recent power creep trend, a lot of people find more value in going for dedicated hyper carries instead of sticking to Hyper Bloom. While Hyper Bloom is still very good, if you don't play it, it doesn't matter how good it is, because you're not playing it. Goro's kind of... Toma is a pretty good shielder, but even in the teams where he's pretty good, he's not that much better than your other alternatives. Right, Toma's usable with like Wanderer, with like, I mean, I guess Shao to some extent, but like meh. With like Kanich, Mualani, I suppose, Grizzly, but he's not really important to any of them. Chlorine too, yeah. Sarah can be pretty good for like Raiden, but honestly the difference between Sarah teams and other teams isn't that big. And that's at C6. Without C6, she's kind of ass. She's also potentially pretty good for Chlorine too. And to some extent for Vresa, but that's a little sus. Sayu's pretty not ideal. And then Kirara can actually be fairly good. But only really for aggravate teams. And aggravate teams haven't gotten pretty much any support since Sumeru. So with the aforementioned trend of power creep recently, the aggravate teams are being left in the dust a little. Especially because what Kirara provides to those aggravate teams is mainly the fact that she provides defensive utility. And as good as that is, if you get it from something else, then she's a lot less valuable. So all in all, the 4-star quality on this banner is honestly pretty underwhelming. And then when it comes to the weapons that you can get, because if you choose Ayaka as the character you want to get, you won't be able to get a 5-star weapon. Like you're guaranteed that your 5 stars are going to be characters, but the 4 stars can still be weapons. And the weapon pool is the standard weapon pool plus the region-specific weapons. At least that's what it was for the previous banners. So on the Mondstadt banners, it was the standard weapon pool plus wait, no, that's... Am I an idiot? Oh no, I'm not an idiot. I was looking at this and I was like, why are there Mondstadt weapons on the Leo banner? But this is others like you viewed. This is okay, whatever. On the Mondstadt banner, the non-standard 4-star weapons that were available were Ali Flash, Midernauts Waltz, Wine and Song. On the Leo one, it was Lithic Blade, Lithic Spear. Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah. Also, I feel like I missed one here. Ali Hunter. Yeah, I missed Ali Hunter. Right. Anyways, based off of that, we can assume that the 4-star weapons, the non-standard 4-star weapons that are gonna be available here are going to be Wavebreaker's Fin, Akumaru, and Moon's Moon. All 3 of which are weapons that can see some play, but honestly, barely. Wavebreaker's Fin can be good, but because the catch exists, unless it's a high refine, it's worse than your free-to-play option, so it's kind of worthless. Akumaru can be good on like Beto, but pretty much only on Beto because burst focused Claymore characters are kind of, you know. And then, well, I guess on Maoika too, but Maoika doesn't have an energy call, so the Akumaru stuff is lower. Whatever, don't bother. And then, Moon's Moon can be good on burst focused bow users, but the problem is that it's an attack weapon, so it's not that good on Yulon. So it's good on, like, Sarah, I guess, because it's a high base attack. Is it a high base attack? I'm not sure anymore. Yeah, it is. It is a high base attack. And you just use it as a stat stick on characters that do a little bit of burst damage, but it's not that good. So the 4-star weapons are whatever. Like they're fine, but they're not outstanding. And like I said, the 4-star characters are worse. You don't have the outliers in power like you do in Mondstadt with like Sucrose, Fischl, Bennett, or in Leia with Xingqiu, Changling, Gami Asterisk, and if we got another Leia banner again, Lanyan. On Inazuma, you do have Kuki. That's a bit of an outlier. But that's pretty much it. Anyways, let's talk about the 5-star characters. First, Ayaka. Ayaka is about to be a good character. Currently, Ayaka's teams are fucking... In terms of DPS, Ayaka is honestly not very good right now. If you look at the output of Ayaka teams, it's like half of a Maoika team, basically. It's noticeably behind all the good carries. Which isn't inherently a bad thing, because freeze is a very powerful effect. The problem is that Hoyo doesn't want freeze to feel good for some fucking reason, so they never give us actual freezable enemies in Abyss. And when they do, there's gonna be a freezable enemy followed by a non-freezable enemy. Just because fuck you, actually. And because of that, right now, Ayaka's kind of not very good. But Escoffier is right around the corner. And Escoffier gives a massive boost to every freeze team. For multiple reasons. But in the case of unfreezable enemies, like the Seahorse, for example, the fact that Escoffier's Shred isn't reliant on there being a specific aura on the enemy means that you don't have to rely on cringe-ass fucking setups that don't accidentally not, like, miss the swirl because Farina applied Hydro at the wrong moment. And Escoffier's damage will hit the enemy no matter what, so even if they move, that's not a problem. I was actually looking at some Ayaka stuff lately, and I realized that if you look at the current best Ayaka teams at C0 or 0 investment versus the C0 or 0 Ayaka teams once Escoffier comes out, it seems like the team DPS, at least in single target, is about the same if you do current best Ayaka team versus best Ayaka team with Escoffier without using Ayaka's burst. So if your burst completely whiffs. If the burst doesn't whiff, the teams are getting like almost 50% stronger. It's a massive upgrade to Ayaka. Now, even once that happens, so long as there's unfreezable enemies, you lose out on some Blizzard Trigger effect, you can lose out on a little bit of uptime on your Cryo Resonance, and the burst can whiff at least partly. And because of that, against those enemies, I'd still say that Ayaka is worse than the, like, very strong meta carries that we have right now. You know, Nividet, Bawika, Arlecchino, Teresa. But against freezable enemies, she can actually be competitive. Maybe not with Nividet and Bawika, but I'd say it's reasonable to say she can be situationally competitive with Arlecchino, Veresa. When you account for the value of freeze and how it can prevent enemies from doing annoying mechanics, prevent them from stalling, all that. Good example is Wayob bullshit, right? You can freeze the Wayob and kill it before it shields up. The thing about all of this, though, is that as cool as it is, it doesn't matter if you don't get Escoffier. If you don't have Escoffier, if you don't plan on getting Escoffier, Ayaka's not good, man. she ain't it. Technically, you can use Ayaka in Maoika teams as your melt enabler, and you lose a couple melts, but it's still like okay. Like in Fav Noblesse. No, the Fav Petra Ayaka. I'm pretty sure that's one of the highest sims for Maoika at C0 right now because they haven't implemented Sitlali yet. When you look at C0 Maoika stuff, the highest one is Kea, then Rosaria, and Farina, then Ayaka. Yeah, the Petra Fav Ayaka. 109k DPS. Now, is this more than Ayaka's best team with Escoffier? No comment. But no comment. Well, let's I mean Maoika's broken, man. Whatever. Let's move on. It's not actually a real team because enemies will get staggered by the burst if they're not bosses. And even if they are bosses, you might fucking whiff. Anyways. Now, I'd say that the main conclusion to draw from this is that if you like Ayaka, you started playing after her last banner, she's one of the characters that you were considering on getting, and you have enough to get both her and Escoffier. She actually is pretty good. Do keep in mind, Kirk is coming out soon, most likely. We still don't have any, like, trustworthy leaks. We have some sus leaks that seem to indicate that she's gonna be a freeze carry, and she's most likely going to be outright better than Ayaka, so if you're pulling mainly for meta, getting Ayaka now is probably kind of dumb. But, oh well. Anyways, the conclusion to draw for Ayaka, in my eyes, is that she is a character that isn't all that great to lose a 50-50 to, because unless you're also getting Escoffier, she won't really see much play on your account. But if you are an Ayaka player who likes her, she's definitely a pretty like she is going to be strong enough to clear the content you want to clear, and you can base your decision on whether or not you want to go for her based off of the standards, the 50-50 loss targets, and how good they are. Anyways, the last thing I want to talk about for Ayaka is constellations, right? I usually don't focus that much on constellations, but when it comes to Chronicled Wish, I think most people who pull on the Chronicled Wish, outside of people who are going to end up pulling for Kazuha, will do so because they like that specific character quite a bit. And so there's probably going to be more people than usual that actually pull for cons. Here's the thing about Ayaka cons. For an Inazuma character, her cons are really good. But compared to more recent characters, they're not. Her C2 is pretty good, her C3 is pretty good, her C4 is pretty good, C1, 5, and 6 are kind of ass. But if you're planning on investing a bunch of Primogems into Ayaka, warning number 1, keep enough to get Escoffier. The difference, okay, C6 Ayaka without Escoffier is about as strong as C0 Ayaka with Escoffier. Like, this Escoffier character is not fair, okay? If you're planning on going for vertical Primogem investment on Ayaka, make sure you get the fucking Escoffier. Escoffier's first half, Chronicled is second half? Okay, then that makes it even easier. Past that, it's a question of, is it better to go for Ayaka cons or Escoffier cons? And honestly, I'm sorry, but you're better off going for Escoffier cons. Even Ayaka's Sig isn't really that good because they've given her a really strong free-to-play option with Finale of the Deep, and the increase you get from Mistsplitter is smaller than the increase you get from Symphonist of Sense, which is Escoffier's signature. Basically, unless you are already planning on also getting Escoffier's cons and Sig, Ayaka's cons and Sig aren't really worth that much of his consideration. In other words, going for cons on Ayaka is kind of a Leviathan-only thing, because you'll see better results from going on cons on supports for the team, rather than cons directly on her. Plus, those cons will also make Skirk stronger if you end up getting Skirk too. Next up is Ayato. Ayato's kind of an interesting one because obviously he's not that strong. The main appeal that Ayato has as a character is versatility, ease of use, and AoE. But they decided to release a Hydro character that also has those upsides while being significantly stronger than him when they released Neuvillette, which has kind of made Ayato not all that appealing. Yeah, yeah, not ideal. Let's just put it that way. Nowadays, the teams that make the best use of Ayato are teams that use him for his off-field burst. You can use him for Mawika as the Hydro enabler. You can use him for Nilo teams as well. Technically, you use his skill in Nilo teams, though. You can... yeah. Other than that, some people use him in Hyper Bloom. But all in all, he's just pretty... yeah. Pretty whatever. Once Escoffier comes out, his best team will be Escoffier. But honestly, it's hard to call it an Ayato team because he's going to get out damaged by the rest of the team. Pretty noticeably so, too. Overall, on a new-ish account, Ayato can be okay. Because you can do Ayato, Kuki, DMC, and have a functional 3-unit core. But it won't be ideal. So in terms of losing your 50-50 to him, it's okay, but it's not particularly... it's not a particularly happy event. If you actively want him, though, I'd say... I'm sorry to hear that. His constellations are pretty fucking awful all around. There's not much of a silver lining here. He's just kind of an okay character. That being said, though, I'd still say he's a lot better than the average standard 5-star. So even if you do end up losing your 50-50 to him, it's still fine. It can be nice to have them available. Yoimiya, man. I think Yoimiya is definitely one of the characters you're not happy losing a 50-50 to. Because Yoimiya is a character who's, unfortunately, too weak to really be worth playing unless you actively like her and want to play her despite her weaknesses. Right? But if that's you, you're going to pull for her. You're not going to be losing your 50-50 to her. And so it doesn't matter that she's on Chronicled Wish. At least for the purposes of like evaluating the value of the banner as a whole. That's not the point we're talking about right now. But yeah, her being on the banner, her being a character you can lose your 50-50 to is arguably pretty bad. Yeah. And then her constellations are also pretty awful. So if you already have her, losing your 50-50 to her won't really make her any better. Next, Chiori. Hog, I can say positive things about a character now. Chiori is a very character. I feel like she's a sort of character that is best described without adjectives. She's a very character. She's certainly a character of all time. That being said, she's incredibly versatile. At worst, she's basically Albedo without the cringe of the skill breaking. And at best, she's a pretty decent source of off-field damage. On a newer account, losing a 50-50 to Chiori is really good. Because you can use Chiori plus, like, Kachina as a, like, 2-unit... I don't have Chiori, so I'll be using Albedo as a placeholder. As, like, a 2-unit... core to complete a team for a carry you like that doesn't have very specific team requirements. Like if you're an Arlecchino player, you can do something like this. If you're I mean, fuck, if you're a Uemia player, you can do the same, right? With Uemia Bennett. If you're a Sino player, you can do something like this if you want. You can even do it with Nevilette. You're right. Do it with Risley, yeah. And because of Chiori's ability to just have an okay-ish amount of personal damage that's easy to get out, having her available to an account effectively means that, like, you're a bit less at the mercy of, like, character requirements. It'll be easier for you to make complete teams without needing multiple specific characters, which can be quite helpful, like I said, especially for newer accounts that don't have that many tools yet. So all in all, Chiori's kind of nice to lose your 50-50 to. Compared to the standard characters, she's a lot better to lose your 50-50 to. On top of that, if you already have Chiori, because her cons are really good compared to other characters, it's still good to lose your 50-50 to her. Obviously, in a perfect world, you don't lose your 50-50 at all, but losing your 50-50 is something that can happen. So at least when the pool is better, that's nice. Her C1 doesn't really do anything in teams that already have the second dull from a dual construct, but in Navia teams, or if you're using her as a flex slot with Shilonen, increases her damage by a solid, like, 30-40%? No, it's more than that. It's like 60%, right? Whatever. A decent amount. Yeah. The C2 gives her a bunch more damage. C3 talent levels. C4. What's the C4 again? Is even more damage. C5 is pretty ass, and then C6 is actually pretty powerful. Chiori might have the best constellations in the game? Question mark? C6 Chiori is weaker than like C6 Mualani, but C0 Chiori is a lot weaker than C0 Mualani. So I'd say that she arguably gains more from constellations than Mualani does. So just in terms of the value of constellations themselves, I think I think you can at least make a reasonable argument for her cons to be the best in the game. If you're someone who really likes Chiori and you want to get her cons, then obviously you can consider it. And the rest of the lineup is better than the standard stuff. So it's yeah. But anyways, the fact that outside of C5 all of her cons are at least somewhat useful means that unless you're specifically at C4 Chiori, she's a character you're pretty much always happy to see as a character to lose a 50-50 to. So her presence on the Chronicled Wish banner is most definitely quite nice. Next up is Yai. Boy, oh boy, man, this Yai character fucking sucks, dude. Okay, I'm being too harsh. Yai is a character who honestly doesn't see much play outside of people who actively go out of their way to play her because they like her. In terms of meta stuff, you mainly see Yai in Quicken teams that are more focused on spread, and in Overload teams. But she's often worse than Fischl, even in those teams, even when Fischl is not at her best. Which means that the amount of accounts where Yai is actually useful, it's not that high. That being said, if you're a somewhat newer account, you don't have cons on Fischl yet, getting Yai so that you can use Yai in, say, a Chevaleur's team with a Pyro carry can actually be pretty useful. I'd say that she's not too bad to lose your 50-50 to. But she's also not great to lose your 50-50 to. On top of that, her constellations are honestly pretty bad. The C1 is honestly worthless. The C1 can... her constellation 1 is a constellation that, like, theoretically could be valuable. But the problem is, what C1 does is it significantly reduces her ER requirements, right? But because her burst cooldown is 22 seconds, you have two choices. Choice number one, do a rotation 22 seconds or longer and use your burst every rotation. Choice number two, do a rotation less than 22 seconds and use your burst every other rotation. I guess choice number three, don't use your burst at all, which is the right choice, but let's get back to that. If you go for the first one, and you go for a rotation longer than 22 seconds, what sort of characters actually warrant doing rotations longer than 22 seconds? Pretty much only teams that focus on Fischl, which will have 25-second rotations, because that's the cooldown for Fischl's skill. But the thing is, Fischl generates a fuck ton of energy, so in those teams, you don't need the C1 to burst every rotation. Okay, let's look at another situation. Let's look at teams where you burst every other rotation. Well, when you burst every other rotation, you've got 2 rotations worth of particles to generate, so you also don't need this to burst every rotation, or every other rotation. So like, the C1's kinda ass, man. It's just not doing anything for you. The only teams where you really consider using the burst every rotation are teams that generate enough energy that she doesn't need the C1 to be able to do it. I think it's also important to realize that Yai is a character that has a variable burst duration, in the sense that her burst isn't just the burst animation time. It also kills your totem. It relies on you having totems, so you need to have totems before, and it kills the totem, so you need to put the totems back after. That means that generally the optimal way to play Yai is, if you are using your burst, put your totems down, swap out, do other things for a while, and as your totems are about to expire, back to Yai, use her burst, put the totems back. But if that's what you're doing, that means that you need to use skill 6 times in your rotation, plus the burst animation. It's a lot of field time. A lot of the teams that use Yai end up doing shorter rotations, where they just don't use Yai's burst at all. Anyways, all this to say, her C1 is pretty bad. Her C2 is okay. But I think a good way to think about it is her C2 effectively makes the damage go from 170.6 to 213.3. Which is technically a little bit better than 3 talent levels. But it's the equivalent of 4 talent levels, basically. It's ever so slightly better than C3, but not even that much. Then C4, 20% electro damage, kinda C5, well, we already talked about how bad the burst is, and all the constellations before help skill, but not burst, so C5 is pretty bad. And then C6 is nice for her skill. But honestly, Yai teams in general don't tend to have the damage all focused on Yai. It tends to be very split across all your characters. So going for a lot of constellations on a character like Yai just doesn't tend to be that good. All in all, Yai is a character who isn't that bad to lose your 50-52 once, but has pretty dog shit constellations. And honestly, it's very possible you don't end up using her at all. Next up, Ito. Ito is honestly really tragic. All the support Gio's gotten has been for the teams that don't scale on defense pretty much since Ito came out. Because Shilonen, which is a character that can buff Gio, forces you not to play Ito with his dedicated support. Because you can't play Ito, Goro, and Shilonen because then Shilonen doesn't fucking shred or heal anymore. Even when he came out, Ito was pretty whatever. And with carry power creep, nowadays he's really underwhelming. On top of that, Ito's constellations are pretty bad. His C1 often doesn't do anything. His C2 helps a little, I guess. It's a bit of energy. It's fine. C3 is Pog because moo. But it's not all that great. The fuck is... I don't even know what to say about C4, man. Like, what do you mean, man? What the fuck is this? C5 is pretty whatever. The C6 itself is fine. But... honestly, his only two real constellations are C2 and C6. And for a C6, it's pretty whatever all around. Unfortunately, Ito is just... yeah. If you're yeah, that's a good way to think about it. If you're playing an Ito team, is there an Ito Chiori sim anywhere? Yo. That's a fucking plunge Ito, Jesus Christ. Let's change this. Albedo for Chiori? Let's change this. Gotta put her first. Okay, cool. And then if we were to do C0 Ito with this bullshit, We've got energy problems on Ito. Let's fix that. Whatever. Cool. So from C0 to C6, it goes from like 80 to 120k, 117k, whatever. Oh, we're getting some problems. Fuck. Oh man, I can't be bothered doing this actually. Never mind. But if you're someone who really likes Ito, he, much like Ayaka, scales better with obtaining constellations on the supports for him rather than on himself directly. And if you're not someone who really likes Ito, he's honestly one of the worst ones to lose your 50-50 to. You won't be using him. Next is Kokomi. Kokomi is most certainly a character of all time as well. Boy. Honestly, Kokomi has gotten a lot worse with time. The main teams where you use Kokomi are Bloom teams with Nilo, Freeze teams, Taser teams, and Mono Hydro teams. But pretty much all of those teams have had changes with time that has made Kokomi worse. I guess except Taser, but Taser was never all that great to begin with, just in terms of damage. Freeze teams, the main purpose of using Kokomi over a character like Farina is that you don't need a healer on the rest of the team. But one, Shilonen's release gave us a healer that actually functioned in the team. And two, Escoffier's release is gonna significantly overshadow Shilonen, let alone Kokomi. So Kokomi is kind of cooked in those freeze teams now. Nilo teams, Kokomi's still fine in them, but honestly, Nilo teams are... A base HP increase is getting worse and worse, and single target focus is still very much there. Which means that teams that have weaker single target output, like Nilo teams, are struggling more and more to be able to get through chambers to reach the DPS check, and it's getting very difficult for Nilo teams. If you play them very well and you've got good investment on your characters, they are still able, even without constellations. But honestly, they might not be for long, even if you play well. And then finally, Mono Hydro, which also got access to Shilonen, and, well, Escoffier is also really good instead of your Shredder in a quote-unquote Mono Hydro team. And she already fulfills the healing role, so Kokomi's kind of... And because of that, Kokomi's a lot less appealing than she used to be. She can be useful. Like, having Kokomi available can be nice for your account if you're a newer player. And she's better than the center characters, but she's still not all that valuable. And then her cons suck. Her cons are dog shit. Ugh. Don't do this to yourself, man. And finally, we have Kazuha. Who is, I think, without a doubt, the best character on the Chronicled Wish. I think most people who go for the Chronicled Wish are going to do so because they started playing after the last Kazuha banner and they want to get Kazuha. Kazuha's an overall pretty good character, but with how many niche supports we're starting to see, and with a lot of them having either explicit or implicit requirements that nerf Kazuha synergy, there's less and less teams that actually want him. So explicit requirements like Escoffier, obviously, like Chevreuse, or implicit requirements like Citlali, who wants to TTD as the carry and kind of won't be able to get a Pyro Swirl after her setup, meaning you have to get your VV buff before you swap to her, and her fairly long animations means that by the time you swap to your carry, you have a lot less VV uptime than you would if you were able to swap directly from Kazuha to your carry. But yeah, nowadays Kazuha is used in Neuvillette teams. He's used often in Arlecchino teams. He's currently used in Ayaka teams, but that won't be the case once Escoffier comes out. People use him in Mualani, but honestly, Mualani is one of the teams where Sucrose is noticeably better than Kazuha. So people that are more focused on performance use Sucrose instead. And in terms of the value of Kazuha for your account, if you already have Sucrose, it's obviously a lot lower, even if you prefer playing Kazuha over Sucrose in a Mualani team. Yeah, I guess you use him in like Chlorine and Aggravate teams, but honestly, Gunan's also good, arguably better. But yeah, the carries they've released lately tend to be a lot less reliant on Kazuha, and they also keep releasing support alternatives that can replace Kazuha, whether they're almost as good, about as good, or a bit better. Which makes it so that Kazuha, while still a strong character, is a lot less useful to accounts than he used to be. But Sucrose feels like shit to play. Don't get me started on that shit, man. People pretending like there's any real difference between swapping to Sucrose, pressing skill, and swapping out, and swapping to any other character using their skill and burst and swapping out. Like, it's fine if you don't want to play her because you think she's ugly, but don't pretend like she's like it's because you think she's annoying to play. Like, no, you just think she's ugly. Please, stop lying to yourself. Anyways, all that being said, though, Kazuha is still a fairly strong unit, and he's pretty versatile. So getting him can still be pretty pog. And losing your 50-50 to Kazuha if you don't have him already is significantly better than any of the standard characters, for sure. That being said, Kazuha has really dogshit constellations. When you compare him to other generic supports, Compare him to Shilonen, for example. Man. The biggest problem is that his constellations are not versatile. His C1 is only useful in teams that use his burst, which is already gonna make it so that a lot of the teams don't care. Same for his C2. But on top of that, his C1 only does anything if you do the skill after the burst, which a lot of even the teams that use the burst, some of them don't want to spend more time on Kazuha after his burst. His C2 is only useful in teams that use his burst and actually benefit from EM. Technically, he does buff a little bit more damage percent with it, but it's not that much. It's very small difference. Talent levels don't do very much for a character that builds full EM and doesn't have EM scaling in their talents. Energy generation on Kazuha only helps when he's using his burst, which, like I already said, is honestly not that many of the Kazuha teams. I'm actually kind of curious how many. But yeah, like the Neuvillette teams. Let's not sort by DPS. Let's sort by date added. This team doesn't use Kazuha burst. This team is plunge Kazuha. What the fuck is this? This team probably does use Kazuha burst, but you have Electro Resonance, and the EM doesn't do that much. Yeah, I guess it's kind of a pain in the ass, so I'll just move on. The point I'm trying to make is just that his constellations are honestly very, very bad compared to the more recent generic support characters, or specific support characters. His C2 can be good in some Melt and Vape teams. The main thing to keep in mind with his C2 is that the only teams that can fully take advantage of it without any problems are Melt teams, reverse Melt teams with specific setups. Because in order to get your VV, you need to swirl your carry's element. But in order for his burst not to ruin your reactions, you need it to infuse your support's element. Which is something that is incredibly difficult to do without relying on Bennett. Bennett's self-pyro means that his burst will always absorb pyro. Which means that forward vape and reverse melt carries will be able to get your swirls like that. But forward vape carries don't use Bennett buff. In other words, using Kazuha's burst as part of your setup, if you're not using Bennett, always means that you take longer to do your setup and you have less VV uptime on your carry. Which is why most teams don't use his burst. As part of their setup, unless they're melt teams. Like Ganyu, for example. The exception to that is the Child channeling teams, where Child has so much hydro that the pyro infused burst doesn't really hurt you too much. But like, it's 2025. Put the international on the bench. Move on. Outside of vape and melt teams, EM is a lot less valuable, right? If we take a look at the damage increase, skip to C0 stuff real quick. Actually, let's take a look at it with Arlecchino. C0, Arlecchino. Yeah. This is an Omega sus sim in terms of like how realistic it is. But we can see the value of Kazuha's... Wait, no, this is a team that doesn't use Kazuha Burst. Oh, I was wrong. I'm an idiot, right? I guess Ganyu. Oh my... What the fuck is this, man? Jesus Christ. Whatever. This uses Kazuha Burst, right? Yeah, it does. So, 48k at C0. $51k at C2. That's such a small difference. I guess you have a lot of EM here, huh? Oh, man. Okay, I'll just fucking... I'm not gonna rely on this. Just okay. So. Okay, so let's say you have like 200 EM to start with. And then with Kazuha you get to 400. It increases your carry's damage by 20%. Alternatively, in an aggravate team, $84k. $86k. Well, how much was it before? $84k. Okay, alternatively, in an aggravate team, the damage you gain from 200 EM is a lot lower. So the value of his C2 is only actually good in melt teams that uses burst, or vape teams that uses burst, I guess. And there's just not that many of them. But yeah, outside of that, he has an actual pretty decent C6. Like, he's actually a pretty good carry at C6. But he's not competitive with the other C6 carries. He's just better than the C0 carries. Okay. All in all, I'd say that this banner is pretty good if there's one of these characters that you want. Say you are someone who really likes Yaimiko. You have been waiting for a rerun for a while. Going for her on this banner is arguably better than going for her on a limited banner, unless it has really good 4 stars. But if you already have Kazuha and you're not planning on getting Escoffier, it's barely better than the standard banner. Which, unfortunately, is actually the case for a lot of people. A lot of people already have Kazuha, and a lot of people aren't going to get Escoffier because they don't like any of the freeze carries. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Next, let's talk about the weapons from the Chronicled, which we're not gonna yap about them nearly as much, but we'll just quickly get things out of the way. So we have obviously the signature for each of the characters on banner, and they're all good except Moonglow, basically. But that doesn't necessarily mean this is a good banner. Ever since they changed the weapon banner to be 1 fate point instead of 2, right? Chronicled Wish has lost its upside over the weapon banner. Right? There's still the upside that you won't get standard weapons and you'll get one of the raid ups instead. But honestly, that's barely an upside, because on a weapon banner, if the second weapon is something that's useful for you, you have a 75% chance to have a useful thing. Whereas on this banner, if you're going for, say, Misplitter for Ayaka, a lot of the weapons probably won't do anything for you. And yeah, the pity is also slightly higher. And there's no rate up 4-star weapon, so you miss out on potential refines on Fav if it's a good weapon banner. Basically, if you're specifically looking for the sig of a character, you don't let the fact that it's a Chronicled Wish banner instead of a normal weapon banner be the thing that makes you decide you don't go for it. But keep in mind, one, signature weapons used to be a lot weaker than they are now. So a lot of these weapons are barely better than the 5-star stat sticks. And two, don't spend money on this shit game. True. But yeah, I think you see this banner, and you're like, the first instinct is like, ooh, there's multiple good swords. That's Pog, right? Yeah, but like also no. The gap between signatures and 5-star stat sticks gets bigger and bigger with the weapon power creep, and because of that, getting a 5-star stat stick becomes less and less valuable. So just keep that in mind. Honestly, personally, I don't find a banner like this all that appealing. But yeah, we can quickly talk about each of them. Urakumi Sugiri is a pretty decent, just like, overall stat stick. It's low base attack, high crit damage. That has normal attack damage and skill damage. As long as you're playing a character that does normal or skill damage, it's at least going to be a fine 5-star stat stick. But yeah, it's not even that great. And then on top of that, and more importantly, Chiori is not a character that actually does that large of a portion of the team DPS unless you're getting her cons and using her as a carry. Which means that getting a signature on her isn't that big of a deal. Signature weapons on supports tend to only be good when they're support weapons, not damage weapons. And Uraku Misugiri is not a support weapon. It doesn't buff your team's stats, it only buffs your Chiori's stats. Anyways, next, Mistsplitter, I've already talked about. It's pretty good for Ayaka, but unironically, it's worse than Escoffi's teams for Ayaka's team DPS. Or it's worse than Escoffi's Sig for Ayaka's team DPS. And, I don't know, that's that. Oh yeah, and it's not even that much better than Finale of the Deep. Like, it is better, but it's not as big of a gap as the new weapons at all. Haran is, I mean, the biggest problem that this one has is that it's a crit rate weapon, so you end up overcapping on a lot of the characters that could use it. Like Chlorine, for example, often ends up overcapping on crit rate if you give her this. But yeah, this is overall a pretty okay weapon, but like I already mentioned earlier, it's an oldie, so compared to recent SIGs, it doesn't do as much. Next is arguably the only weapon on this banner that I think can be worth considering as like a meta, as a weapon to pull for from meta. But it's not even a good one. Freedom Sworn is like... Man. Because more and more Kazuha teams don't use his burst, it makes Fav less important on him. But the Fav particle are still good for the rest of the team. So the upgrade you get from Freedom Swarm doesn't even tend to be that big. Because you have to build more ER on the rest of your team. So it's an okay weapon. It's also a fine stat stick for, or it's also a fine weapon option for Bennett in some teams. And for Shilonen. But it's pretty much always worse than the carry's SIG for your team's damage. Pretty noticeably so. Even for old carries that have pretty underwhelming signatures. And then next you've got Red Horn, which is hard carried by the fact that 5-star claymores are fucking dog shit. Except for Maoika's Sig. And Maoika's Sig is a very high base attack weapon, which means that with a lot of flat attack buffs, low base attack, high subs, that weapon can perform better. Technically, Red Horn is one of the best options for a lot of the... Or, not for a lot of, but for, like, gumming, I guess. Outside of that, though, there's no reason to pull for Red Horn over your carry's Sig. It's obviously pretty decent on Ito, but is it better than getting Chiori's C1, or not C1, but is it better than getting Chiori cons? Is it better than getting Farina cons? Fuck no! That's a good one, buddy. But yeah. Next is Kagura's Verity. I'm gonna be so for real with you right now. In a lot of the T's where you use Yai, Kagura's Verity is not even her best weapon. $99.4. Oh, it's slightly better. 0.5% better to use Kagura's versus Wandering R1. Wandering Events are R1. This is EMEI? Yeah, but that's better than damage EI, even on Kagura's Verity. How many refines do you need on a Wandering Even Star for it to be better than Kagura's? Okay, Wandering Even Star R2 is better than Kagura's. Check Yai set. I mean, what do you want me to do? Change it to Golden Troop so it becomes even worse? Sure. Actually, let me use the thing Prostel sent me. So... what is it? 10, 12? 4? This? Golf crit damage. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. Can I just copy this? Is that gonna copy properly? Yeah. Are we... Congrats! We now have worse DPS. EM Sands. EM Sands is probably better than Attack Sands. Attack equals 0.466. Yep. Attack Sands even worse. UM is outright better. EM equal 187. EM Sands is outright better. EM Goblet is outright better. EM Circlet might not be because our crit ratio will be a little cooked. Yeah, it's a little bit worse. But if we change this to 10, 12... that's about as good. And then if we change this to 2 and 12 here instead. Okay, that's a bit worse. So tragic. Anyways, Wandering Even Star was better than all of these things anyways, so... check and Aggravate. She's still breathing. Okay. I'll check and Aggravate, team. We scroll down quite a bit if we're not Chivalry's abusing. Wait. No, never mind. It's because I had Chivalry's in the things here. I'm an idiot. Okay. Okay. This is not standardized sim. $79.5. $83.5. Like 5% team DPS. Huge. Huge. Let's check this just in case. Okay. That's 10%. 4,000 more damage at 80k is not 10%. No. That's not how math works. I read 76, I see. Okay, yeah. Anyways, getting back to what I was saying, in a lot of the teams, or in many teams for Yai, Kagura's isn't even better than some of the 4-stars. And even when it is better, it's barely better, honestly. So it's a pretty bad weapon to get, honestly. Anyways, next is Moonglow. Moonglow is the donut is not it. It's not a very good weapon. Like, it's okay on Kokomi, but Kokomi's personal damage, even with the donut, is a fucking joke. So just don't even. The only reason to go for the donut is if you think it looks pretty. Outside of that, I don't think there's ever a reason to go for it. And finally, Thundering Pulse, which is okay, but it's a fine stat stick. But honestly, there's not that much to say about it. On it, it's good on Kokomi, but it's not outstanding. So all in all, I'd say this is obviously a lot better than the Monside and the Liga Chronicled Wish, but it's still a Chronicled Wish. If the main thing you're focused on is getting strong meta teams, I say Kokomi, I meant you, you know what I meant, whatever. If the main thing you're focused on is getting strong meta teams, Chronicled Wish is almost never going to be worth going for. In this specific case, you can consider Kazuha, depending on what teams you already have. But like I've already talked about, his versatility, while still there, is less and less valuable with time as new and stronger supports get released. But yeah, so I'll be doing an Ask Zajef Inazuma, where I answer chat's questions on all of the characters on the Chronicled Wish. That I'll be posting right around the time where the Chronicled Wish banner starts. So if you have any questions for that, make sure you subscribe and keep an eye out for community posts, or go follow me on Twitch. And yeah, that's gonna be it for the Chronicled Wish banner. It's not a banner review, but it's, I guess, a banner yap. I hope you enjoyed, hope you learned a thing or two, and I will be seeing you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Greatest SIG of all time, the GOAT. Huge. 2% increase. That's my GOAT right there. Let editors know, yo. You didn't adjust Kokomi's ER requirements, bucko. Ha! It's not 2%, it's 2.5%! Bet you didn't see that coming, buddy! Oh, man. Yeah. Go vote, bozo. That seems like a plan. Let me tell the editors first. Recorded Inazuma Chronicled Wish banner yap. Not an urgent vid at all, though. But yeah, tomorrow, I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. We'll figure it out. But yeah, we can rate Eeks. Oh, what's up, Slice? First time glor. You're not a first time chatter. So we'll do this all tomorrow. Why did you shout out Slay? Whatever, man. Let's rate Eeks. Everyone go say hi. Be nice. He's dodging. Fine! I'll do the fucking exercise routine right now. Guards! Alright. Alright, everyone go say hi, be nice, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.